We're gonna put it right up here.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll stay at the other area, but I'll come by at 6.
Okay, alright.
See you around then.
Yep.
Ellen.
Oh, hey, how are you?
I'm good. I'm gonna go move my car real quick, so
Okay.
Gary, good to see you if you want.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
this the Anton's room?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, great, how are you? Is there a Wi-Fi password available?
It should be the factory guest.
Okay.
And it should let you in.
Okay.
If it doesn't, let me know.
Thank you.
pass around a sign-in sheet. If you just fill out the form, I just need a head count. And then there's a QR code right there that will take you to the company page for the program if you want to scan that. And then we'll also go out later on in the evening. There's a password. Okay, great.
Hey.
Perfect, thank you. Yep. And then for anybody who parked later on in the garage, I have discount codes if you want those. You can get those after. And then I think we'll have more people strolling in. Yeah. So just a heads up, this is a lot of QR code scanning, so as long as your phone is fully charged and everything. If you're using the tablets in the old days to scan stuff, good for you. It's going to be a very interactive class, so just a heads up. If you're an introvert, you should have fun. And if you do want to move closer, you can move closer. And as long as you're not afraid of coming up and scanning, it's fine with me. So as of right now, I think I have 45 scheduled or registered. We'll see how many show up. So I see a lot of new faces, which is great. This program has been going on for a little over a year and a half now, almost 2 years. So the point of this program is basically built off of a book that I'm going to mention later on. But the premise is that there are solopreneurs who are doing 6 to 7 figures, right? And now that we have AI here, you have a lot more people who are making 6, 7 figures with AI and scaling their businesses and doing this kind of thing. So I thought, why not create a program around that to show people how they're doing it, right? So tonight, this is all about how to create your offer for your clients. Previously, we worked on some skill sets, and I'm going to do a review on that before. So as people go in, for those who just showed up, there should be a sign-in sheet passing around. Please make sure to put your name and email on there so I have a head count for tonight. Yes?
Wi-Fi and password?
It should be Capital Factory Guest. You should be able to see that one, and you should be able to access the Wi-Fi. Yep. So this is tonight's agenda. It looks long, but don't worry, we'll get through it. All right. There's a lot to cover, and I always like to do introductions. I always like to cover some news. We'll do a recap of South by, what people learned, what that experience was all about, and we'll go from there. So this is the yearly agenda so far. I have everything already laid out, so if you already registered for this, you should have already seen the full 12-month schedule. But as of right now, we've already covered your first solopreneur idea. We covered how to find your ideas and turn them into products that you can monetize. And now we're taking your skill sets and we're turning them into an offer that you can give to clients. And that's what we're going to cover today. And then next month after that, we'll be finding your dream clients using automation systems. So, my name is Chris. So I've been doing this for quite a long time. I run Morning Ventures, where I run the Digital Nomad program and the Rising Trend of One-Person Businesses. So the difference between the two is that solopreneurs, you get to go home. If you're a digital nomad, home is where your backpack is. All right. So I've already taught well over 1,500 students to this program. and online and in person all over. And so right now, I try to get more people involved in this kind of role, right? Like all the people that I met at South by, they realize there's a lot of younger people who are making millions every day with AI. And then you have those between the 30s and 40s who are struggling to capture that money, right? My background is in psychology. A lot of people think I'm an engineer. I did go to engineering school, but I ended up with psychology and business. So this is where I sort of sit down with people and show them what they're working on or the mistakes they're making right now, right? So I build teams. I've started to notice everybody needs an assistant. They just don't have one, right? Who here would love to have a personal assistant in their life? I'm sure everyone would raise their hands. Yes. I have so many things I need to get done. Wash my car, do my laundry, cook my dinners, and then there's your business, right? So yes. Now you know something about me, I'd like to know something about you. So we'll start with this gentleman right here, if you don't mind.
Sorry?
We're going to do introductions.
All right, okay.
And yes, and you'll follow the questions right there. And there's also, it's also over here. Yeah.
I am Agustin. I'm from Uruguay. I'm working in a project that turns AI conversations and consultations into long-term workflow.
Okay. All right.
Work. Well, I'm dealing with this in this platform data compliance, compliancy and data safety
Sure.
in company,
Okay.
and the way they use AI.
Nice. Okay. And I will let you know we will have time later on after this to network. So please kind of remember what people are doing on, so that way you can connect. Okay. Thank you so much. Yes.
My name is Brent Bauer. My company is Morph. I'm originally from Austin, coming back from New York City recently. I've been working on, last year or so, I developed a personal intelligence model that has neural networks. I got certified in TensorFlow. And it's based on my coaching methodology. I'm a coach, life coach, business coach. So my main pain point is getting my model deployed, and also really closing a new business.
Okay. Nice. All right.
I'm Yoav. I'm from Tel Aviv, Israel.
Okay.
I'm working on an oncology navigation platform, and my current pain point is getting doctors to talk to me.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right.
My name is Zach. I've been in Austin for the past 6 years. Worked in accounting for the last 10 years, so I'm working on transitioning to start my own accounting firm. We're booking the taxes.
Okay.
That's my biggest pain point right now, is getting clients.
Okay. Good. All right. Thanks.
Hey everyone, I'm Deja. I've been here in Austin for about 2 years. I'm currently working on setting up my OpenClaw system to run my business, and I'm building some applications. And right now, I'm just trying to get my products in the hands of people that might find them useful and figure out how to get the feedback.
Good. Perfect. Next.
Hey everyone, Matthew. I'm originally from Plano, Texas. Been here for 8 years now in Austin. I was a software engineer for a lot of those years, but now I'm a student at UT studying AI for masters, and yeah, I'm just here to learn. I don't necessarily have a pain point right now. Just
Sure.
happy to learn.
All right. Great. And you want to go in the back?
Excuse me, I'm Eric. I live here in Austin. I have a product design studio that I'm in the process of relaunching. I guess the biggest pain point right now is just getting good quality clients and reestablishing some network relationships, stuff like that.
Okay. Great. Nice.
I'm Bryce. I'm originally from Seattle. I'm working on a new way to gamify e-commerce sites, and my main pain point is probably split between either some like engineering perfectionism, or it's some of the front end work, because I mainly work on that.
Okay. Great. Next. We'll start in the back if you don't mind.
Yeah. Hi, I'm McKenna. I have a marketing company, and I focus on messaging and positioning for small businesses.
Nice. Okay. Great.
My name is Michael Halliburton. I'm originally from Jamaica. I'm working on a new project, renting, turning renters into investors. And my pain point is convincing people that this can be done, that instead of buying a house, we can do it together and have the same results at the end.
Great, perfect. For those that just came in, we're doing introductions right now, so do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, my name is Jacob. I'm from San Antonio. I go to UT, so I'm here like all the time. Currently working on an engineering degree. Starting a business of some sort in the engineering field. Pain point that I'm dealing with right now is going from idea to something tangible and trying to do that without spending a lot of money. So
Sure.
yeah.
Great. And you, sir?
I'm Bryce. I grew up in Tennessee.
Okay.
And I'm currently working on a consumer health and fitness app. And the pain point is that I have users, it's just turning those into paying users.
Got it, okay. Alright, great. Next.
Hello, my name is Anthony Taylor. I'm from the Dallas area. And what I'm working on right now is, so I'm a wealth advisor and working on scalability on that side.
Okay. Great. Alright. Either one of you?
No good. My name is Yaw. I'm from Austin.
Okay.
I'm currently working as a software consultant. Just started like a few months ago. And big point probably is I'm a software engineer by trade, so I kind of know the engineering side, but not the business side. So I'm trying to learn more of that, get more customers.
Okay.
Finding at 5 years that people will pay money for us.
Good, good, okay. Well, hopefully you'll learn something here. Yeah. Next.
Hey everyone, my name is Jeff. I've been in Austin for about 6 years. I just built a real estate SaaS MVP, and so I'm trying to figure out how to get that in the hands of people who want it and find it useful, and
sure,
it felt perfect.
Awesome, great, welcome.
Thank you.
My name is Alberto. I'm from Mexico. I've been here in Austin for a while now.
All right.
I got a model common platform that helps everybody focus on daily outcomes and to keep track of metrics of performance, productivity, and continuous improvement, Kaizen, the whole thing.
Oh, wow.
And we've done testing already with the Methodist Church, with the oil companies, with everything, with amazing results. And my pain point right now is turning that into an actual platform with AI add-ons to help people manage their daily outcomes.
Okay. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, keep me updated on it. Yes. All right, next. Yes. Either one. Yes.
Oh, sorry, I don't like having my back to the room, so I'm gonna stand up. My name is Barbie. I'm from Austin. I've been here about 25 years. I am working on something that I've been trying to solve for over a decade. I've been in B2B marketing for like 30 years. And everybody's always like, marketing's broken, marketing's broken. You probably can understand this. Well, so what I'm working on is I'm coming in to founder-led startups before they introduce marketing to make sure that their growth, they're ready for growth. I have a 4-stage system, and my biggest pain point is I don't know how to price it.
Got it, okay, yes.
Okay, hi, my name is Ariel. I'm from New York, but I came down to Texas after getting my architecture degree, mainly San Antonio, to like start my business. I'm the CEO of my company, Journey with Mariah, which is a brand management company. And I'm here first time in Austin, I've been to Austin.
Right.
And since I was scaling too fast for my business, I'm actually working on building a web platform to like host all my like audience and all like business owners, so then I could produce like brand assets at like a faster rate.
Nice, great. You sir in the back right there, I know you came in. Would you like to introduce yourself? These are just the questions right here we're going through. Name, where you're from, and what you're working on.
I'm working on too many things. I'm Ivan Brennan.
Okay.
Just came from Virginia.
All right.
And I'm trying to take down now. Well, maybe that's the wrong word. I'm building a music platform to replace Spotify.
Okay. Wow.
And yeah, it's long story.
Sure, of course, yeah. I mean, you don't have to go into details, but that says enough already. That's amazing, yes. And you sir in the back, would you like to introduce yourself? We're just doing introductions right now.
Oh, hi, my name is Adam, and actually I'm from China, but I studied here from UT.
Okay.
And I'm an MBA. Previously I worked in Alibaba company doing e-commerce, but now I'm like trying to switch to robotic industry, and I'm thinking about maybe make a startup myself.
All right.
So that's why I'm here.
Perfect. Great.
Very nice to meet you guys.
Yes, absolutely. You, ma'am, if you would like to introduce yourself.
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Bemi. I live here in Austin. I moved here from New York. I'm a product manager. I used to work for a startup. I'm no longer working for them. I'm trying to figure out what to do next. So.
All right. We have another person from New York.
Hello.
Alrighty. So some news that you can use. I always like to cover this kind of stuff because most people are not looking for solopreneur news, right? So how solopreneurs can use vibe coding to do the work of an entire team. Again, if you want, you can have these, you can take a picture or whatever, but these are the titles. A lot of solopreneurs are now going into vibe coding. They're building agents, they're using OpenClaw, and they're starting to get to the point where they have an OpenClaw do one task, right? For those that are going to the next level, they're having OpenClaw manage other bots below them, right? So they're going in, building a marketing team. Hey, what's in the marketing team that I need? That agent manages that. And then they have a graphics department, they have all kinds of things where they're building this out, right? And it's working for them. There's another person right there. I quit my VP job at 36 to become a solopreneur. He used to work for these corporate jobs, and he found out AI agents was a big business. And so he launched a site, he built out some tools, and now he probably does almost 6 figures a month just building agents for businesses and corporations. Just because, again, that's a whole other industry that most people are still not familiar with, right? And he does so much business, and the fact that his whole team is made up of AI agents as well. So one does lead generation, one does nurturing of the leads, they come in, they do the sales, they send out the invoices, the whole process, right? Founders of boutique marketing and communication agencies are tapping AI tools. That article pretty much covers a lot of female women solopreneurs who are going in and they're talking to AI, right? If you have a paid account, don't do this, talk, right? Have a conversation, right? AI can understand intonation, they can understand emotion. That's where we are now, right? Have that conversation because it can walk you through all kinds of ideas that you're not aware of. And that's what they're doing. They're sitting down and like, hey, you know what? I don't have that tool. Tell me how to build it. Cool, great. Let me show you what to do. Don't know how to code? Let me do it for you, right? We're getting to a point where things are getting built faster and faster. Hey, I like that CRM. Can you do it better? Sure, yeah, why not, right? This other one right here, avoid burnout and boost your ability. That one right there is a coaching consultant. He works with the executives. So he said, hey, a lot of my time is spent with education. Here's what I do. Here's what you need to do, right? So what did he do to scale himself? He went and launched a whole bunch of courses, put them behind paywalls, so that way when that first client comes in, hey, here's a set of courses, go watch them on your own time, so when we move on to the next phase, we're ready to go, right? He's not doing that whole thing over and over. Online courses, all that stuff is huge business, but you'd be surprised how many people just ignore that whole market for their business, right? So this last one, I want to mention because it's super important to understand where things are today. So Cursor, who knows Cursor? Can anybody tell me what Cursor does specifically?
It's coding.
Wait, what?
You would major stuff.
Okay.
It's like platform.
Is it meant to do literature?
Mostly coding.
Is it meant to do your therapy?
No.
So when Cursor was given a math problem, remember it's a coding platform, it not only solved the math problem, but it found a very unique way of solving that problem that the developers who built Cursor had no idea Cursor could do that. So they wrote a whole blog article about where this is going. Because again, it was never trained on math, right? You have all these other AI tools like, oh, our math bench score is this and does this. Cursor is a coding tool. And yet all of a sudden it found this novel solution to a math problem that these people did not even publish this article. It was not out in the open. And yet it found a novel solution. That's something that's very important to understand because even Anthropic has openly said, we have no idea what Claude does. We literally have no clue how this system works, but thank you for using it.
Absolutely, right?
Yes, absolutely. You can go look it up because the thing is, AI models are a very nebulous environment, right? A lot of people think like, man, you're so good with AI. Why is that? Well, my background is psychology. Anybody want to tell me what the background of the president of Anthropic is? Not the CEO, the president.
Psychology.
You're close. Anybody else?
Medicine?
You're close. No.
Behavioral science.
You're close. Humanities. So what do you think they're hiring right now that's counter to what every other AI company is doing right now? They're hiring social workers. They're hiring psychologists. They're hiring everything not STEM. What did Sam Altman talk about 4 months ago that millions of people are talking to AI about every week? You're close.
Medicine also.
No.
Relationships?
No. This was big news because this was a big problem. Over 1 million people talk to AI every week about suicide. Engineers are not trained for that. They don't go to school to learn how the mind works, right? Psychologists does. That's a big problem, right? Because again, what do they tell you in terms of service? Everything you tell AI is trained on it, right? So if half the world is suffering, what does that tell you about the models? Right? So these are
you gonna share these links?
yes, yeah. I mean, yes, you can request them. These are all there, and yes. So these are upcoming events. So tomorrow night is AITX. It's one of the big, huge AI events that happen in Austin. And at the same time, Fiesta is happening tomorrow night. So 2 big major events are both happening at the same time, and they're right across the street from each other, right? So they both have free food. They both have that, so yes, come. It's a lot of fun. March Roundtable Breakfast at Cala Vista Software will be coming up, I think that's Thursday. I forgot to put the date, sorry. That's on Thursday at 8:30 a.m. So, and that's actually where I put the link. SaaS Stock USA, so if anybody here works in the market of SaaS, anything like that, that's a huge conference. That is a big market to go to, right? A lot of buyers are going to be there, a lot of vendors, things like that. Running a remote conference, this again deals with digital nomad people. That's going to be coming up April 27th to the 29th at Fair Market, and everyone there works remotely. So it's a very cool conference. So this is South by recap. If you were not there, you need to be at South by. It's super important, especially if you're in Austin. A lot of what people were talking about was this whole doom and gloom of what AI is doing. Again, one of the key points was AI doesn't necessarily take jobs. It's the person who uses AI really well that replaces jobs, right? And so you had a lot of experts, a lot of panels discussing this, because right now you have a lot of schools teaching AI, all these things, but they teach AI at a level of, let me show you how to build a model, right? Anybody know what the problem with teaching how to build a large language model is? Who here has the infrastructure at home to run your own model? Nobody. You do?
The infrastructure? No,
Yes.
I've built my own model, yes.
And so you have your own, you have the hardware and everything like that.
Well, I've developed it with TensorFlow and Keras and Python.
Right. But at the scale of what an AI is. And so the thing that the university is teaching is like, here, learn how to build a large language model at this scale, thinking that right. The problem with that whole system is, who's going to hire you to do that? Because you can build a model, but guess what else you have to do? Train the data. Where are you going to get the data, right? And depending on what that company does, yeah, you got to make sure the data is clean. And you got to find the person who cleans data, right? It's a problem, right? So the creator economy, for the second point right here, is maturing into a full stack production studio. That YouTuber can now build out his own full stack development tools that he needs to run his channel, right? They work with agencies, they do all those things, but he may need one tool that he wants. He's not necessarily going to sell it, but it just works for him to build his audience faster, right? And that's what they noticed. Robotics is also a big, huge thing. We have a lot of robotics companies here in Austin. Anybody know HiCam? Good. When is their next event?
This Wednesday.
That's right, this Wednesday, right? 6:30, no, 6 o'clock. So anybody who's in robotics, look up HiCam Austin, go to their event on Wednesdays. They are so much fun to go to. Like, I enjoy going to their events. But again, they showcase a lot of robotics.
Which event, sorry?
HiCam.
HiCam?
Yeah, HICAM. So they showcase a lot of robotics and AI and what's going on, right? A lot of people fear that AI is what replaces things, but again, remember robotics is also coming behind it, right? So if you think that plumber cannot be replaced, oh, let me tell you what. It can, right? If you've ever saw the Chinese manufacturing robotics conference like 4 months ago, there are robots that can touch things that humans cannot, right? And that's the point. So the other part right here is investors are shifting attention towards applications of AI and hardware, right? And they really saw that in the Emerging Tech Expo, which a lot of companies were showcasing, hey, here's where we're blending the two, right? It's not just electric mobility, it's also the fact that we have holographic videos. We are now, surprisingly enough, the metaverse is no longer a thing, and we dropped 80 billion into that. Go figure, right? But of course, we're starting to see Apple Vision application products, right? If I can go into a room and I can have it look at what I'm doing and give me suggestions, that empowers that individual to do way more stuff, right? So sustainability and climate tech has gained visible traction. And so you have a lot more people coming in and saying, hey, we need to provide energy efficient systems, right? We need to provide these things. Right now, in case anybody hasn't noticed, a lot of our prices are going way up, right? So now all of a sudden there's a huge demand for energy saving products, right? And of course we underwent a huge major structural change because we didn't have the convention center. So a lot of things were smaller. So the expo was probably a quarter of the size that it used to be, right? The flat stock event still went on. We had more micro events that happened throughout the city, but again, there was still a lot going on. In fact, one of the best things I saw somebody do was literally take a table, they got some cardboard, drew it like they were 3 years old, and said, come vibe code your app in 2 minutes with me. They went to South Congress, they set up the table, had a line of people waiting. They had over 100 people sign up for their newsletter. That's how you build a business. That's how you gain traction in South Florida, right? Yeah. So what we covered before was how to find your base skills. We used AI to refine everything into a product or service that you can sell to somebody, right? We had in-class exercises to go through that, which we were going to do today, by the way. So in case those who are fearful or introverted, well, you'll learn something new tonight, right? By the end of the program, everyone had at least 2 to 3 skills they could now monetize, right? And because of that, we were able to create several products and services that they could go off and refine on their own. And they left with feedback from others to help them understand what direction they really need to focus on. So tonight, when you build your offer, you're going to get feedback from other people to help you with that. So today, we're going to learn how to create those offers so clients understand what you're doing. So I want to share with you a recent experience that I had because I get this all the time. So I met with a female artist who makes digital art. And I want your feedback too. That's the whole point of this program. They currently sell on Etsy, okay? But they want to expand and do more. I provided them with some options and I said, hey, you need to expand to Shopify, you need to expand to social media, you need to expand to a newsletter, you need to expand all these things. Why? It's all free to do that, right? Minus the Shopify, right? So I showed them where to get workers that can help them scale. I explained the importance of attending mall festivals. Many people forget malls have festivals now, right? Why is that? Because people don't think of going to the malls anymore, right? So they draw attraction for that. Expand with a newsletter. Right? Most people get newsletters, they just don't run their own newsletter. And then use social media to gain attraction, right? I had a whole conversation this afternoon with people about why you should use social media. And all of a sudden they realized, I'm not doing social media, right? And what I learned from that experience was many people have great ideas, they're just terrible at execution, right? You can be a technical person, but your business skills may be not there at all, right? And that's where most people mess up. And that's why they fall into the trap of, I have to get a 9 to 5. So let's keep moving. So if you want to scan this will give you access to the toolkit. I did send out an email earlier for those who already saw it, but if you didn't get it already, scan this, you'll have access to the document. This is what we're going to be working with tonight. And feel free to come up if you can't see it. Don't be shy. You'll need this to go through the class. It is an open document, so you should be able to access it. I'll wait for you to kind of work on that. And again, take the file, save it to your cloud storage, so you can edit it. Any questions so far while you're doing that? Everybody's working right now, sorry.
I don't think I can open this with my phone.
Is it not taking it on that?
It's asking me to scan the QR code.
Okay. I've never seen that before.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and if you want to move closer, there are seats open up here as well, right? So this is a very much a QR scanning fun place. So all right. Is everyone still doing that? You're good? Okay, you're good. All right. There's a lot to cover in the document, but we're going to go through it. It flows with the presentation. So, all right. So, into the foundation series, crafting your first offer. So basically, we're going to take what you have and we're going to turn it into a proposal, right? If you're submitting a one-page document to your client, that's probably why they're confused. So, is this room for you? If you're a solopreneur founder with skills but no clear offer, you sell physical products or SaaS or services, things like that, you're ready to stop winging it and start selling with intentions, right? Your proposal should at least be 3 to 5 pages long, right? What you'll walk away with tonight is a very clear, compelling offer structure, a proposal outline that you can submit to clients, a short pitch that you can test within the week. In fact, in a few minutes, we're going to be doing that here, and simple AI prompts and systems to help refine your offers. Our path tonight is going to be what our baseline offer is right now, what everyone currently has, okay? We're going to start clarifying that, refining it, and we're going to learn how to price that correctly. I did this about a year ago. I had a lady do a pricing thing. She found out she was nowhere near the market average, and she was pretty mad. So that's an insight as to why I do this as well, right? And we're going to turn that into a proposal packet that you can send off with confidence. And after that, we're going to refine it with something new that you should be more confident selling. So, this is a case study that I just want to point out real quick. So, Maya does service-based offerings, right? She works with small businesses. But her offer was very vague, hard to explain, and attracting random clients. She had never done structured market research before. Just out of curiosity, who does market research on hard clients before you submit an offer? 1, 2? Everyone's hands should have gone. Yeah. Okay? So together we ran a simple online market research, right? We identified a specific ideal client segment, collected real language for potential clients, and using that insight, we turned our skills into a personalized operation launch support offer that directly answered all their frustrating points, right? And we generated a tailored proposal for that to be able to hit every single point. It explains what your offer is, what your timeline is, right? What that whole process is going to look like, what the outcome should be for the client, and what they're going to get in return, right? So they went from chasing one-off projects to receiving very aligned weekly intake of clients, and that's what people want, right? So, why we start with our current offer? Because I want you to understand what are you telling clients, okay? So we're going to take the fuzziness and we're going to start refining it. You ready? What I want you to do is take a few minutes, pair up with somebody, and I want you to both pitch your offer to that person. Okay? Don't be scared. Don't be nervous. And that person's gonna listen to your offer, and they're gonna see who do you help, what is your offer, and what do they get in the end, right? And we're gonna go through feedback as well. So this is a 5-minute exercise. So right now, pair up with somebody. If it's somebody you know or don't know, that's fine. Right?
Owner-operators.
Alright, so for this one right here, what I would like to do is somebody just raise your hand if you'd like to give feedback, say, hey, their offer was fair or not fair, what was confusing or missing, and what did you want from that experience? Anybody can raise your hand and share if you like. Yes.
So I reviewed Yoa's offer. So his product is a platform which connects cancer patients with insurance companies. So essentially, it's AI-based platform which showcases to the cancer patient exactly what costs will the customer will incur right before, just before they go to the hospital.
Okay.
And so they're not like blindsided by the insurance or what it would cost. And so it helps the customer and also helps the insurance companies.
Sure. Okay.
And so what I didn't quite understand was the business model, how he would make money, whether it would be communication from the insurance company and how the insurance company would essentially help him make money in this case. So that, I think that was missing.
And that helped you clarify what was missing on their side?
Yeah, I actually, like, the offer is very different, so I guess I wasn't explaining it very good.
Sure, okay, good.
So yeah, I'm definitely learning from it. Yeah.
Awesome, right. So anybody else would like to share? I think you had your hand up.
No, but because we didn't have time to make both.
Oh, you didn't have, okay. Okay. Yes.
I can share.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't get your name. But the offer was for like solo contractors.
Sure.
And it was an app to help them like deliver quotes to their customers. I thought it was very clear because it's something I could relate to. You have somebody come over and do work in your house, and it's either they're using spreadsheets or they're writing on a piece of paper. So he built this app that they can use to like get quotes to their customers. So.
And when you heard that, did it all make sense as to your offer being fair or not fair?
Yeah, so
good. Anybody else wish to share? Okay.
He is still defining his offer because he's switching over to robotics.
Yeah.
And she helps CEOs with their brand to get more ROI. What I think would help is assign some number to what ROI means. You gotta put numbers out there to get people's attention. So I mean, and it could be a range obviously because you would need a legal department to really define that. But you know, up to 5x ROI or up to industry standard, just something that would get more attention.
Good, okay. Did anyone have a situation where it just did not make sense at all? No? That's good. At least everybody understood, right? Because sometimes, like, this might be the first time you're talking to somebody else, right? And you're realizing, in your head it sounds perfect, right? And then all of a sudden, somebody else hears it and you're just like, what are you selling? How much is that again? You know? Yeah. So, this is why when you get a different perspective, things start to open up, right? That fuzziness tends to start to go away, right? If it's an unclear format. I've had people try to sell something that's a physical product as if it was a SaaS product, right? And they want to use the same model structure on a whole different type of business model, right? And they're just like, yeah, but they use subscriptions over here. I'm going to do the same thing too. I was like, yeah, but you don't do that, right? So that uncertainty causes problems, right? And that might be why some of your clients aren't responding back to your offer, right? So we're going to move into the foundation part, what makes an offer irresistible, right? And there's that gap between the idea and the offer that people tend to forget is there, right? In our minds, everything is just perfect, right? We always have that sense of just like, no, it's clear as day. Like, why is nobody understanding me, right? If you've ever remember your days in high school where you're just like, you have to repeat over and over and over what's going on, that's probably a miscommunication. Who here took presentations classes in high school or in college? How many of y'all hated that? Let's see. Being somebody who's always been in front of an audience, it's one of those things where it just comes natural. But for others, that fear of getting on stage is so real, right? Like that fuzziness tends to come in, and all of a sudden you're just like, what did I just say for 5 minutes? Right?
Yeah.
And it's a real problem, right?
Can I give you some advice to share with people?
Sure, go ahead.
My favorite, because I present a lot. I was a forester analyst for a decade, and so I'm on stage quite a bit. And the best advice somebody said to me, or the best phrase somebody said to me was, nobody's gonna know what you forgot to say.
And it's true, because you may have notes and you're just like, I forgot this and I forgot that, and the audience is like, that was the best thing I ever heard. Oh my God, it was amazing. You know, can you come do it again? And you're like, I left out this and I left out that, and you have it. Nobody cares. Nobody has no idea what you're about to say, right? But you probably changed somebody. So this is what a simple offer formula looks like, and this should also be inside your packet as well, right? And that is, we're going to be breaking down each component. We're going to be building out this whole structure, and that is, who is it for, right? Imagine doing this 10 years ago, what that process was like. Doing the research, going to Google, sitting down, finding out what the company does, what are they working on, what problem are they stuck with, going through Instagram, trying to figure out what is the outcome, what's going to change for them if you offer your solution. What does your offer look like? Is it a physical product offer? Is it a SaaS offer? Or is it a bundle? Is it a service, right? And then what is the proof that they can trust you? Do you have testimonials? Do you have references? Do you have backups for that? And then what is your price and path to all this? Okay? Yes?
Understanding this is great on how to make up an offer, but this is so very similar to doing your value proposition for your company. But what's missing from this is, that is on value proposition, is your differentiation. Is this intended to be very much aligned, the offer and the value prop?
Yes.
Okay.
So remember, what I explained was the process 10 years ago, right?
Okay.
Right, we have AI now
Yeah.
to do all that, right? So AI is gonna come in and it's gonna start going through all this for you. And you're gonna go in and say, hey, is this aligned to what the customer is looking for? And you're gonna have that conversation and it's gonna start filling in the gaps. Hey, your offer isn't strong enough. Your value needs to be this, because these are the other people they've worked with. This is the part you're missing that they're looking for. AI is gonna fill in those gaps, right? And it's gonna do this probably 100 times a day, right? And it's gonna go out there and it's gonna repeat it. Any questions so far? Good. So because this is such a simple offer formula, that's what makes it so nice, is you can feed this into an AI agent and it can go in and start doing that research for you, right? It can go out and start finding all these people that are having conversations. Who here knows that there are AI agents that just go through all the Instagram conversations looking for a situation that you can plug yourself into?
I use Twin to scrape and then email me every Monday.
And it's a great tool.
Yeah.
But again, look how many people are not aware that's a thing, right?
That's awesome.
And again, it may be as simple as a 2 a.m. comment about like, hey, you know, I have this very problem, and all of a sudden, you may be asleep, but your AI agent isn't. And it's doing that work for you. And it's gonna go find that conversation, it's gonna go find the profile, go find the company they're connected to, look at their LinkedIn, find everything about you, go back, email you all this information, say, hey, do you wanna follow up with this? Yes, I do. You're gonna go make coffee, it's gonna go do its job. That's the world we live in.
Which one do you use?
So I actually have a make template for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there's a make and there's actually also an Appify actor that does that. So yes. Alright, so listening to your market with AI help, right? So AI can go in and just like I said, it can listen to your market for you. It can start monitoring and finding conversations that are happening. One of the funny things that I saw was marketers are destroying Reddit. Why is that?
Because they're overusing it.
They're inserting themselves into conversations like, hey, by the way, our product can solve this. But it looks like an ad, right? It's not a conversation, right? And so all of a sudden it's ruining that whole thing that we're used to about Reddit.
Also, they're posting and then have someone else from their team comment that the product is solved. Yeah.
Exactly, yes, let's schedule a sales call. And you're like in your pajamas and it's 2 a.m. and you're like, what? What are you talking about, you know? So that's the benefit now, is a simple prompt like this can go in and save you all kinds of work, right? And these prompts can get more elaborate in itself. So simple questions to ask for your market research is, what is the biggest challenge related to your problem, right? You want to go in there and start finding stuff that's going on. Like, how are you dealing with it right now, right? These are conversations that might be going on. Now, that person may have answered that question 1,000,000 times over. You want to go find what those answers are that they're already saying, right? They may be posting that on LinkedIn, they may be posting that on Instagram, they may post it on a YouTube video. And if you already know they've already said it, don't repeat it back. Just go in and use that to your advantage. Include that in your value prop, right? In your proposal. And then what would be your ideal solution for that, for them? And of course, always remember that time you spent doing something is very different from the value that you provide, right? You may put in 20 hours into something and you're like, no, that's $1,000 worth of work, and that time you come back and be like, it's $50, right? So, an example of a service offer, okay? This is services. So, we'll start with freelancers, right? And they're overwhelmed by client chaos. Hey, I need you to make this edit, I didn't like that, can you redo this? And hey, I saw this, but this didn't work, can you do this change right here? And there's no consistency, there's no clear system in place. Like, hey, every edit after this is this much, right? I've met a lot of people who are like, I do graphics work, I'm a video editor, but my clients suck, right? And they come back and like, they keep asking for more edits. I'm like, did you specify that in your project proposal? Did you make sure to specify every additional edit after that is this much? And they're like, no, I didn't. I was like, well, that's why they're going back to you, because they think it's free, And what is the outcome, right? And what does your container, your package look like? Is it a 4-week, we work one-on-one together, and then after that is an additional time, right? And then what is your proof? How much have you been doing this, right? A degree can only say so much, but your experience takes you further, right?
What if you're doing something so that nobody's done before and you don't know how long it will take? Like,
can you give me an example? Because that's a little hard to say today.
You can do betas. Like, you can get 5 customers, tell them like, I'm testing an offer, do the beta with them, and then have your data, your initial data to build on.
so I was a analyst, a forester analyst in marketing for a long time. And so what we would do is we would go and, get on the phone with somebody, they would describe their marketing problem, and we would go, oh, here's a model, here's a framework that works, this will solve your problem. I don't do the actual work, I advise. But over a decade, there were 4 consistent frameworks that I used over and over and over again.
Yep.
And nobody's pieced them together before. So I know what I can tell a client to go do for one framework.
Okay.
But nobody's pieced this together into a sequence yet.
Okay. And have you asked AI if they've already done that?
Oh, I've got everything down, I just don't know how long it's gonna take.
Okay, alright.
Maybe, the way I think of it is however long you want it to take. Like when I do my projects, I know that I work best on short-term projects, so I always have a short-term deadline and try to kind of make my schedule for that. But if you want something more long-term, then so it really depends on, do you want to do more long-term projects or do you want short-term? How do you want your customers to come to you?
There's just one timeline though, because you have to do all 4 of these events. But then, I could be available to train people on the frameworks. I could be a coach. I'm trying to avoid the whole hourly rate discussion.
Okay. Is it a retainer or is it
It's project based.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, I don't want a recurring revenue model.
Right, okay.
It's too complicated.
Sure, okay.
Then if that's the case, if it's project based, again, how long do you want the project? How long do you want to send the project before you say enough is about?
I
If
know.
you want to sit for 3 months, then you can sit for 3 months, but then you better charge 3 months for the rate.
It might not be a profitable project.
Right.
So you gotta figure out how much time,
Yeah.
base it on hourly, but how much time.
Yes,
is
because I'm thinking about profit, because all of the companies that I've always worked at did not give a shit about margin.
Sure.
And that's why their stock sucks.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So for those who do work on a project basis, if you have AI tools that sort of help you along in that project base, it can go back into the client and be like, hey, what else are we missing right now, right? I can just do filling gaps, right?
I mean, in the absence of an actual client, I guess I could just make up a fake company that I would go do this for and see how long it would take.
You can do that, right? You can create a sandbox environment and have AI go in and be like, hey, how would I, work with this company?
Okay.
and that company can run itself, it can be a virtual company, right? And you can use AI to sort of play that scenario, right?
So you also can cut the project in pieces, small pieces, and batch it.
Yeah.
Actually, it will be like we said, the final number into very small numbers.
Yeah.
Are much friendly with customers.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. This is very helpful.
So the next part right here, we have 3 parts to look at. So this is service-based, so this is physical now, right? So now we have physical store offers, right? So here what we have is just a company that sells plants, right? Very simple stuff. And so their issue is they don't want customers' plants dying, right? So they help maintain this kind of stuff, right? So they go in and they say, hey, look, we have a starter kit, right? If you've ever seen the companies that sell those subscription services where like, hey, every month we'll send you something here, that's something that they do, right? So they come in, they'll send you like a little kit of all these new plants that you get every first of the month. And they make sure it's low maintenance, and depending on what you're looking for, they can give you a variety of stuff, right? But again, pricing is based off of what are other people doing, how are they doing this, right? And what type of plants is it? Is it very easy to grow? Are these more maintenance involved? And do they require more water? And does the package come with, here's everything you need, or do you need to have an instruction guide with it, right? This is something, again, if you run a Shopify store, Amazon store, things like that, what are your customers looking for, right? And how do you meet their needs along the way? So the other one to that is the SaaS offer. People who build SaaS, right? Your offer is going to be very different from a physical product versus a service, you know? So if you have a small e-commerce business, and you do inventory tracking, then you need to look at losing sales and times due to messy tracking, right? Sometimes something gets missed, an agent misses something, client forgets something, you get an angry phone call, something happens, hey, this messed up, why is this not working, right? Now you have to go fix their backend stuff, what happened to their site, maybe something went wrong, they didn't connect it correctly, and now you're dealing with an angry customer, right? So when you sell and you have a project proposal, you're going to showcase what case studies you've already worked with, who you've worked with, how that outcome turned out, and what they're looking for, right? And do they get a free trial in the beginning? And if so, do they graduate to a different tier? And then is there a premium model, and how does that all work based off of usage, right? Any questions so far on that? Because a lot of people tend to go this route sometimes, and they build and build and build, and then they forget, like, well, nobody wanted it, right? So they wasted 3 months of building.
So, build with, not for.
Yeah. Yes, do you have a question?
Yeah, so like with these 3 examples, is this after you've done the market research to figure out, like, okay, I know that this offer is a problem, is already a pain point?
Right, so the reason why I have these different things is because everyone here has a different perspective on stuff, right?
Sure.
So those who are SaaS understand this versus physical, right? Because you may have a different proposal altogether, right? Your pricing may be way different versus SaaS is just like, hey, I need people moving in, so I need to have a freemium model that gets users going, right? If we look at like OpenAI system, right, $20 doesn't pay the bills, right, to keep the lights on. Every day it's negatives for them, right? But they need those numbers, they need those users to get on board, right? Otherwise, they cannot get to where they want to go to, right? And that's the same with SaaS, is you need that usage to showcase it, right? Does that answer it for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, anybody else? Yes.
I got a question. For example, one of the things that we address has been chronic for humans.
Yeah.
Is that nobody really is clear about what they have to achieve.
Sure.
Now, our statistic tells you that about only 19% of people are clear about their objectives for the week.
Sure. Of course.
And only about 12% of people are clear about their objectives of the team when they belong to a team for the month.
Yeah.
So we created a model of matrices for daily and outcome management that gets rid of that. And gives 100% clarity at individual and team level. And links at the whole thing. So, I mean, the value is pretty clear. It's kind of an abstract concept because it's about objectives and every things they care about their objectives. The results are amazing. I mean, we have increase of over 160% productivity daily.
Wow.
And stuff like that. So this is like mind-blowing. But how do you explain it?
I mean, personally, I would put that into like a social media video, right? Like it showcases like, hey, this is what's going on. This is how we help these clients. And again, remember, you don't have to go shoot physical video, right? Like you can go make a story video, put a narration of all your stats together, and in 2 minutes you have a video that people are like, oh man, this is what they did for this company? That's amazing. right? That's what people want to see is those results, right? Because now you can back it up with actual concrete examples. But waiting to make those videos, like that loses all kinds of clients because that video works 24/7. You know.
You could also do a case study.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got like about 40.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And again, take those case studies, go use Sora, go make a video, go do something with them, right? Because you get the attention. Yes.
I feel like as a consumer, I don't, and I'm open to being proven wrong, but like I don't think I've ever used a case study, metric, or testimonial to validate a buying decision. Like every time I see those things on a website, I just like.
So I think you're thinking of it more like this is a very boring thing versus like I'm gonna make it look entertaining, right? When you make videos for a living, you're not trying to take the actual case study. You're trying to make it look interesting as to what the outcome was.
Okay.
Right. So that may be as simple as Barbara has this problem. This is what she's doing. We found her solution. This is what we provided, and now Barbara gets to do this with her clients. It's not telling you the stats, it's not telling you the numbers, all those things that's loaded in the case study, but where is the case study still? It's in the description box. I can click on the link and read the full case study if I want to go that far. Otherwise, I can just book a call with them right now, that's it. You know? But it's not a boring video if you know how to do marketing really well. You know?
It's all about storytelling.
Exactly, it's a story. Right? Everyone connects with stories, and that's why YouTube is, what is it ranked? Second most visited website in the world? It's all for visual learning, right? So if we look at clarifying your offer, right? This is the part in your toolkit that you have, where now you can go in and start refining what you have. So for those who have your document open, I'll give you like 1 or 2 minutes if you want, to start looking at where do I need to clarify my offer, right? So there's a section in there under clarify your offer for exercise 2, okay? So in the document that you have, there's a section right here where it's going to say clarify your offer, and it's going to have a breakdown of what does your current offer look like, how do you want to change it, who is it for, what is your timeline, what is your strategy for that?
Which chapter?
It should be exercise 2. Look for exercise 2.
Question.
Yes.
What would you suggest? Because this works both for individuals, for me individually to be focused on my offers, and even more so for teams and organizations where we need everybody to focus on aligned objectives. Would you say it's effective to kind of focus on both at the same time, or to focus really on one of the market segments and then take care of the other one later?
I would probably say market segments first, and then do like a deep dive into with some AI agents, and then go in there and see where you might be able to go different routes, right? Like play the scenario game, right? If I go this route, what would the scenario look like 6 months from now, right? And see what it tells you, right? Go this route and see what 6 month scenario looks like, right?
And then choose.
And then choose which one, right? Because again, that's the beauty of using AI agents to predict stuff is now you have an idea of what it's doing, right? And you can base it off of people's habits, what they're talking about, what they're doing, and you can do your research right away, you know?
Thank you.
Sure, yeah. So again, it's just a quick little, you know, what your offer is going through there. And I believe there's an AI prompt that's listed also with that section, so that way you can use it to kind of clarify stuff. And of course, right now, you're on version 1 of your offer, and by the end, we should get you to version 2. So when you're done doing that, we're on to step 1. Yeah,
I have a question.
Sure.
You mentioned the earlier class where you help people figure out what they should be offering. Do you have maybe the slide deck from that?
Yes, I do, yeah. Yeah, I can send you the previous one for this, yeah, okay.
Thanks.
and, I came in here a little late.
Sure.
Is there, something I can check out real quick, just to catch up?
Do you have your phone with you? Cause I
Yeah.
can go back to the slides so you can scan. So
Sure.
while everybody's working on your thing, I'm gonna move the slides back real quick. Okay, so that's the thing, so you can get your document.
Okay, I have to connect. Thank you.
Yep. And then if you wanna go to exercise 2, and then you can kind of fill in the gaps from there. That's what they're working on, is exercise 2. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
I'm obviously not a product person.
Sure.
But when you say who, as a marketer, there's roles that people play. So is the offer designed to target the decision maker, the champion, the deal scholar? Like, who is the who in this scenario?
So so yours is market research, right?
It's
Oh, yeah, okay.
growth readiness.
Oh, you got growth readiness, right? So then it might either be the CMO, right?
I mean, I know who my who is, but
Yeah,
what do you mean who's?
So that's where, like, for each person right
Okay,
here, it's gonna be
different.
different, it's gonna be different, right?
Okay,
So
but-
some people are physical, some people are SaaS, right?
Got it.
They may be targeting mid-sized companies, right? They may be targeting, startups.
Yeah,
right?
but if from a marketing perspective, we always say with limited budgets, you target the decision maker.
Sure, yeah.
So,
And in most cases, if it's a startup, it's probably just a CEO, right? And if it's-
so is the who for this slide the decision maker?
Yes.
In whatever purchase?
In whatever area that they're in, yeah, so yeah.
What's confusing now?
Is everybody still working? Yeah, okay, yeah, everybody's still, alright, yeah, take your time. And if you get stuck, raise your hand, that's what I'm here for, so. Yes?
I'm just kind of stuck.
You're, on the exercise?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you wanna read out what part you're on?
Yeah, it's the first part, 5.1, the offer overview formula.
Okay.
So I guess like in this particular example, it's a SaaS product. So I guess I'm struggling with, is the outcome that they have more free time, or is that too broad, or is the outcome?
That's probably too broad.
Okay.
Is it gonna be, if you're a SaaS, what does your SaaS do exactly?
So it's like if you're a real estate investor and you wanna organize, you wanna stop juggling spreadsheets, right? You wanna have everything in one clean dashboard.
Okay.
So it brings in all your transactions, both income and expenses.
Does your SaaS build a dashboard?
Well, you input it can connect your bank account to import transactions for you.
Okay.
So, yeah?
Yeah, I would probably say that the outcome is that you have a customized dashboard for all your documents, right?
Okay.
So that way they have one spot that they can see everything in, see where things are moving.
Yeah.
So they're not going to different folders and different things.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it sounds like the outcome isn't always an emotional trigger, it's something, I guess, measurable or
Right, it
tangible.
can be a measurable thing or it can be an emotional thing, right?
Oh, it can be emotional.
It can also be emotional, because if your physical product is, let's say, comfort, right? Like my warm blankets provide comfort for you on those cold nights, that might be your solution, right? So, yeah.
And I guess determining if that emotional thing is really the trigger, that goes back to the original market research.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
That's what that
Yeah.
really wants.
Because again, let's say you sell toys to children, right? What is the outcome? Well, your child's happy.
Yeah.
Right? They're busy, they're happy, they're playing with their toys, and that's what it is, right? So it's that kid who's smiling, he's playing with his stuff, and, yeah, right? It's very different from so many different perspectives, right? Because most people think the toy is like, hey, look, the kid's playing with his stuff, he's fine.
Yeah.
Right, so. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you see?
With the AI, are you just filling in?
Hey guys, can we keep it down real quick?
With the AI prompts, are you like just copy and pasting that with your own content, or is there something you're asking the AI to do with what you're giving?
So the prompts that I put in there right there, you're supposed to be able to fill in like the part that it's asking for, and then you can plug it in, right? Now again, these are very simple prompts to just get you started. I have way more elaborate prompts, right? And those are the ones that are like 3 pages long, right? But this is to get you thinking about, am I on the right track? Am I really understanding my business, right?
I don't charge for it. There's no such thing as a commission to their salary. There's your hours, because you're purchasing the credits, and the credits get pulled out.
Oh, yeah. I didn't watch it, but
That's good. Yeah, I mean, I think we're still working on it.
I thought you see a lot of videos.
So inside the open
I don't build I don't have the skills, but I can create, I create graphics, any of like the like, anything that's fine, I have already done. So I have my own product, I have my own
so there's a desktop version.
What I did was I added
and it's run the
So the
scenario.
question is, how do you create content?
That's what we're looking for.
So I had it looked at like 5 categories and I had it look for websites that had I did, yeah. I used chat,
Yeah, so you said everybody's on 2. So I'm just running through your key things. So do you, is this coming on the,
Yeah, and I'm gonna mention
that would help, because right now I'm just kind of, I'm filling in the blanks.
and I think a lot of them they're gonna go home and probably have way more than this document.
Yeah. Okay, cool. What time do you,
Till 8 o'clock. Yeah. And then there's networking after that.
Yes,
They're not getting anything, they aren't getting something.
It's good, but I still want to I learned it a lot. I did end up buying
So, I'm working on a business with multiple stakeholders. So there's like a buyer side, payer side, sorry, like the insurance companies, and then there's the patient, which are the endpoint clients who are exposed to the product. Is there a difference in defining, like, in writing the offer? Because I'm pitching it to the payer.
Right.
And I need to like offer them something completely different than what I would provide.
Yes. Yeah, I would definitely like, when you're doing those two different things, have AI kind of go in and say like, hey, this is the person that's gonna go to, but it's actually gonna be this decision makers here, right?
Yeah.
And it's gonna know how to split the two, right? So it's gonna know what to give this one versus what they're gonna see here, right?
Okay, yeah.
And in that offer, it's gonna let them know like, hey, there's two sides are gonna know, right? And that's kind of what you wanna do.
Okay, got it.
All right, so the next part right here is defining your outcome, right? And I think that's something that you were mentioning earlier, is what is your outcome gonna look like, right? Do you want them to book a call? Do you want them to start scheduling, like, hey, invoice us right away? What does that process look like for your business, right? That's what you wanna be very clear on, is do you need a meeting? Do you want a scope of work first? Or do they just need to book you and then invoice you, right? Only you can really know that part, because that's your business. Right. Any questions on that? Okay. So step 3 is list of 3 to 5 things your client actually gets. Right? You should know exactly what they're looking for, and that's what's going to be in that proposal, right? Under services, it's going to be an audit plan, it's going to be either implementation, support, templates. If you're a product base, what's included in the kit, what do they get physically? Guides, do they have community support? Is there a Discord server just for those users? SaaS, what are your core features? What's the onboarding like? Is there training provided for free? Right? How much support do they get? You know, is it free in the first month? What goes on after that, right? These are things to consider as you're starting to submit your proposal offers. Otherwise, they're gonna start coming back to you and realize, hey, do you do this? Do you do that? What does that tell you?
It wasn't clear.
It wasn't clear. I forgot to put that in my proposal, right? So that's something that they're gonna keep going back. If your client is asking you questions that tells you it's not clear enough, I need to refine it, right? And again, remember, you can also have your AI play off of you. Hey, I want you to take on the role of this person. This is what my client is. I'm gonna be trying to sell you. Let's role play, right? And then they can ask you questions, and you start to realize, man, I have no idea what my client actually wants, right? I need to really refine this. I need to do my homework, right? And they can do that. One of the most important things I remember hearing a CEO talk about was, I have my AI talk to me only in the voice of my competitors, and that's it. Right? And that was the CEO of SoftBank when he gave a talk. And he says, every day when I talk to AI, it's only allowed to talk to me as my competitor. So I understand if I'm not working hard to stay afloat, I'm gonna sink. Right? So Because your competitors are always telling you what you're not aware of, right? Because you're gonna realize like, hey, my competitor's doing something better, I'm gonna lose business, right?
Okay.
And I need to make sure that doesn't happen because I got how many employees work for SoftBank? A lot, right? So that's his job to keep them employed. So in your simple process right there, you're gonna have 3 to 5 step process that they're gonna follow through. The most important thing in your proposal is, okay, how do I get started with you? Great, here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna book a call, we're gonna go into the scope of project, and then we're gonna do this, right? Try to keep it 3 to 5 steps. If you have a 10-step process, oh, let me tell you, they're not interested. You've already lost our attention, you know. So for services, it might be discovery, strategy, implementation, review. For products, it's gonna be, they're gonna order, it shows up, here's how I set it up, I'm happy, right? For SaaS, it's you sign up, here's you're gonna connect the tools, learn the basics, here's some videos to watch, and now you're using your stuff, right? If it's anything past that, again, they're not interested. Any questions about that? So, AI as your offer co-designer, right? Again, this goes back to a couple of questions people asked before is, how do I really make sure that I'm offering the right stuff? Play off your role-playing with AI. Use it to design what your core offer message is gonna be, right? Again, all this is in your document, right? If you have your document, this prompt is there. If you don't, then yes. And it's gonna help turn your messy notes into a clear description for your ideal client. Go do your research, right? One of the amazing things about AI now is we have deep research, right? What does that do? Who uses that on a regular basis? Do you actually read those studies? I give it back to AI and say, just go do it. Right? Because it made it, right? Now go implement that, right? Because it can do that, right? Like, hey, you're missing this, you're missing that. Great, I want you to train on that. Go take all my agents and go train them. Take all that research you did and go do that, right? And then you're gonna create variants for different offers and different niches based off of your market, right? Somebody may find your SaaS product that they like, but they may not be your ideal client. You're like, why are you using this? And all of a sudden you find out a whole new market opens up. Well, we do this, but your product actually offers what we're looking for. You know? Any questions so far? All right, so the pricing staircase, right? This is the part where people get very scared because they're just like, man, I don't want to scare them away. I don't want to intimidate them. I will always remind you, there are mentors out there who charge $100,000 for an hour of their time. Okay? Don't ever forget that. And at the same time, there are people who buy all kinds of stuff that will make you go like, why? So why pricing feels scary is because we feel it's tied to our self-worth, right? We feel like, man, $100 an hour, that's just too much, right? That's scary, right? But again, it's all based off of perception, right? What value did you provide to that person? You'd be surprised how many people pay for very simple things, right? If you go onto Fiverr, there are people who say, I will talk to you for anything for $5 an hour, right? And they do that, okay? There are people on Fiverr that you can pay 20 bucks to, and they will go and review your entire Facebook page and tell you what's wrong with it, right? For $20, right? Again, that's 20 bucks. And you think like, oh, that's simple, that's great, I got feedback, right? But we forget clients pay for the outcome, not just how much time you put into it, right? Did you make them happy? Did you make them this, right? And that's what they want. You know, if you can provide a quick solution to their thing, they will pay whatever value is perceived from that. So 3 inputs to your pricing, and that is the value, the cost, and the capacity, and what the goal is, right? For some people, the value is literally just sitting down and talking to them and having a cup of coffee, right? Like you're listening to me. So I'm going to give you something that you're probably not aware of, that this is what people do not make money. So there was somebody that did a blog, right? And it's called 52 Cups of Coffee. Any idea where 52 comes from?
The weeks in the year.
There you go. And this was somebody who was a student in the university, didn't know anybody in the city, they were new to the city, And they said, look, I need to expand my network. I need to figure out how to get out there. So they sat in their dorm and they emailed every CEO, CFO, CMO, anybody with an executive title in the city that was going to have coffee with them, right? And they said, look, I'm a college student, I don't know what I want to do with my life. Please give me 30 minutes, I will pay for your coffee. I want to know, how did you get there? So they did. And all these emails started coming in and said, yes, I'll give you 30 minutes of my time, we'll meet here, right? To keep that momentum going, what do you think they did? Because this part is key to the value.
Ask for referrals.
There you go. Boy, you got that right off the bat. Most people struggle with that part, right? So why is that so important?
Because their network's way better than the college students.
Exactly. What person do you think I should go talk to next? Yeah. Oh, my friend Mark, he works for this company, tell him I sent you. And all of a sudden, guess what happens to your network?
It grows.
It grows. But it grows in what way?
Exponentially.
Yes. But it grows in the sense of your C-suite now. Right? You're only hanging out with the big dogs. And you know all those people and you know what goes on in their world, right? The value of what you're doing is you're appreciating who they are. And you have no idea how much people, you stroke their egos, they're very happy. Right? See, this is why I got a psychology degree, right? Because people forget, hey, you make somebody feel like $1 million, they will never forget that feeling, right? Ever.
You're so right.
So there was a story that I read. I've mentioned this book many times, The Powerhouse, where this guy was on a trip and he met this individual and she did all kinds of humanities work, right? She worked for charities and she did humanities for hope and all this stuff, save the children. And he says, hey, I work for this big agency. You probably don't know what we do, but I want you to come work for us. I don't know what you're going to do, but we're going to make a job for you, and you're going to be paid a lot of money, and you're just going to go to the accountant and tell them what you want to get paid a year, and they'll pay you that, right? You forget that there are places out there that do that, right? Everyone is so conditioned to believe that I have to apply to something that exists, go create it, right? Because it's there. That's what AI has now allowed people to do, is I can go create whatever I want that somebody perceives as value, right? And again, that's the 3 parts that you're going to include inside pricing. You'd be surprised how many coaches out there make millions of dollars and all they do is listen. It's true, right? They just listen. Who here has read The $1 Trillion Coach? This was a guy who, his only students were the CEOs, the bank.
What's his name again?
Bill something?
Bill,
Yeah. And I read that book. Imagine your student is Steve Jobs, right? And Steve calls you up like, hey, I have a problem, and your job is just to listen, right? And yet you are the mentor to everybody of importance in Silicon Valley, right? And when I read The $1 Trillion Coach, you realize that man has a lot of sway. But at the same time, most of what he said was, I just listened. And yet he got paid millions of dollars from these guys a year, right?
Probably is really good.
Part 2.
Well, as analysts, we would call it B2B therapy sessions.
Sure, exactly, yeah, you know? And again, these are simple models for different businesses, right? You're gonna pick one that's gonna match you, right? And for products, you might start with a simple product line. Hey, I need to see what people are interested in. Do they like this, do they not like it, right? If I'm SaaS, hey, I need to try a trial. What is not working, what is working, right? AI has now allowed us to do all kinds of things with our products on the website. I can go and look at the heat map of where people are going on my site and tells me, hey, you know what? In the first part, they drop off, they go somewhere else, something's not working, I need to change this, right? If I do services, right, I can go and start a flagship project, see if it works. If it does, I'm gonna move on to a standard product, offer premium, and then maybe move to a retainer and go from there, right? But again, all this starts with providing something that catches people's attention. Like I told you that story of the guy who set up a table during South by on South Congress, didn't ask for permission, didn't get a permit, put his thing up, hey, come vibe code, I'll build your app in 2 minutes, had a line waiting for him. Right? Exercise 3 is setting a price, right? This is the part right here I will tell you is probably gonna take you a while, right? Because you're gonna fight yourself to be like, no, that's too much, nobody's gonna pay for that. right? As we keep going, I'm gonna show you something that's gonna provide immense value and it costs a lot of money, right? But when you see what it does, you're gonna realize, yeah, that price sounds correct, right? But when I say the number, you're just like, nobody's paying for that. Nobody's paying for that, that's just too much. And yet people are, right? So again, right here is choose one main offer you want to test, right? And go test the market. What I like to do with AI is I will create a offer, and then I will have AI go into the market and say, hey, go find somebody out there that would actually buy this. And give me a whole reason why they would. And if they don't want to buy it, tell me why that doesn't work, right? Yes?
How do you do that?
You can build an agent, right? You can have an agent go out and just watch Reddit, go out there, you can make comments, do all those kinds of things.
But like, how do you test that they would actually click through and buy whatever?
So it's not meant to do, it needs to get feedback, right? Like it's doing sentiment analysis,
Oh, okay,
right?
okay.
So nothing's actually happening, it's doing sentiment analysis, right?
Got it, okay.
And it's coming back with a report to show like, hey, there is interest, right? There's something here, right? I don't want anybody to actually do anything, I just need to know, I'm testing the waters, right?
Okay, gotcha.
So again, you're gonna go in there and figure out, do I need to create a bundle? I've met many people that have products when there should be a bundle package, right? And I've met many people who, they have a SaaS product when they should be pairing it up with a physical in-person offer, right? Yes?
Oh, I have a question. What advice would you give? So I have a credit-based system.
Sure.
Where it's kind of similar, or it is similar to like a Dave and Buster's like pricing model.
Right.
How would you do that for like, I guess my industry, which is like in the brand design industry? Just because like, I know for brand design, it's like projects to stem from like 500 up, but then I'm like saying, hey guys, well you can get a logo for a significantly like lower price, but
Sure.
it makes sense like profit wise, and you know, there's a whole thing with my business model, but yeah.
So I think, I mean, how many different scenarios have you played with? Like, because I mean, it looks like pricing is very sensitive for yourself, right? Yeah, so then, is more or less like, is everything remote? Or is it something you work with these people on?
I would say everything is remote unless they're like in that area, cause it depends on like what type of, I guess, product they're getting.
Sure.
But, because if they need me to like kinda come down, they're within a certain reason, I will come down.
Right.
But like, most of it's gonna be remote.
Okay, I mean, like, I would say, like, if it is remote, then, you know, try to get them involved in certain parts of the project to make sure that they see the value that's there. Because again, one of the things that's hitting a lot of people for graphics design especially is, I can just ask AI to do that, right? And that's the challenging part is, even for copywriters, is like, I can just have AI write that. And one of the arguments that they try to push back on is like, well, it doesn't have to be in soul script. And that's so hard to sell, right?
Well, normally because I had a client that actually had that problem where they were using like AI, and I said, yeah, you could use AI, the AI is good, but like here's all the other parts that you're missing, and then that's how they became like my retention client.
Sure.
And then they wouldn't stop being my retention client. I was like, oh my goodness. So it's like, but then because of that, their project, that's why I changed my business model, because at first I was just doing it like flat rate, and I was like, this is not gonna work out if they want projects done like rapidly. So then that's where a credit model came into place.
Right, and I think that's probably a good starting point with them, because you might have clients that they enjoy working with you, right? And again, it goes back to how do you make them feel? Like, I've worked with clients that are just like, yes, I know I can use AI, but like, you understand my whole process already. Like, I like that, you know? And people forget the value sometimes is just that relationship that's there, you know? If they're just worrying about price, then go to Amazon, right? Everything's priced on Amazon, right? But if they want a good relationship where they know they can go to you and like talk to you and be like, hey, can we work something out here where I want this done? And yeah, sure, yeah, you know? But as long as you're pricing yourself accordingly. If they're only working with you because they know they can still mess with your pricing, that's probably why they're working with you, you know? But if you keep it to where like, hey, just to let you know, every 3 months my prices go up this much, that makes them aware, right?
Well, would it be for more, cause mine's is like a credit system, but it's also a la carte, which again, it's a whole thing with that.
Yeah.
So it's like, I know that like if I were to assign like values to like, let's say for example, logo is 1 credit, well, 1 credit is like, let's say $150.
Sure, yeah.
But then I kind of will also wanna break it down, like, hey, hey, we can't afford a livable package, then you can get little smaller assets to it for like, I don't know, 25, and then it builds up into that.
I would definitely say, like, when you sit down with AI, have it play around with, like, okay, look, if I offer bundle packages of this is what they get for this price right here, right? Versus a la carte. If it's a la carte and they're picking it every single time, that tells you the bundling is either not working for them or they don't see the value, right?
Oh.
What value does it come from you though? Like, is it worth it your time though, right?
I mean, it is in a sense that I could get projects out a lot quicker.
Sure.
So I could, because for example, a local project is about like, you need 6 different assets, right? For like, you need your Favicon, you need like primary, secondary, all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So if I could, the faster I could get a project out and solve that problem, then they're gonna come back to me to solve another problem.
Okay.
Which then I could, you know, so I mean, it's weird because if they get individual assets, then it's gonna cost more than if they would've just got the package.
Of course. Right, like I've seen cases where like you can go on Upworks and Fiverr and get all of that in one bundle and pay like $50, right? And all you have to do is just like submit little images or something, and they'll have a 24-hour turnaround, right?
Yeah.
And so for you, I think going back with AI and be like, hey, look, if I can streamline this and build it out faster, and then have it to where AI reaches out to them and like, hey, this is what we've done so far. Do you like it? Do you not like it? Come back, and then it builds on that, right? And if you can do that like 100 times over, then yeah, you can scale yourself really fast, you know. And the value perception is, wow, you worked really quick, you know, and you get us exactly what we want, right? That's an option, you know. But there's so many different ways to play that game, right? And that's why I say like, if your bundling isn't working, see what else they're looking for, right? But have the conversation, you know. And do you ever have anything for like every 3 months you have a follow up that says, hey, can you give us a review? How are we doing?
I haven't yet, but I think because I always kind of could see like the next thing that I'm kind of.
Sure. Yeah, because otherwise you have no idea if they enjoy working with you, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so this part right here is exactly what we're covering, right? Is use AI to sanity check your price, right? Like make sure you are pricing yourself accordingly. Like there are times when people go in and they're just like, man, this whole time I have been way under market value, and no wonder I'm getting burned out, right? And play around with it and then see like, hey, how can I improve it, right? What are people really paying for and why? What are they getting out of it? So then have AI look at everything you're offering and be like, how do I get myself up to market standard? And then see what it tells you. It may tell you like, hey, you need to be on this market right here. This is where you're gonna do really well. Hey, you need to be on this side right here. This is where you're gonna do really well, right? Remember when 99 Designs came out? That side was like an exclusive place, like, oh my gosh, the best designers. And now it's like you can go there and everybody's like,
right, that's true.
Everybody's there, right? So, yeah. Again, go in there and do this every 2 months. You should be making sure you're checking every 2 months, am I where I need to be in pricing? Because otherwise, if your customers are worried about the price, you're like Amazon to them, right? Everything's a price to them, right? And that's what you don't want. Is you want value, you want actual like something you're offering. So now we're at the apex of the market, and so that is what features and benefits that you're going to start offering, right? So why a proposal packet matters, and that is again, you're taking your idea and you're turning it into a professional document, right? And that document is going to be what makes or breaks you. You can have a nice border around it. It can be a special design. But at the end of the document, it should always have a what?
Call to action.
Call to action. And that call to action is? Buy, book, whatever, right? Book me now. It should never end with, thank you for reading this. Yes. Otherwise, there's nothing to push, right? The other thing that I always tell people is have a timeline. Just to let you know, this offer expires in 24 hours, right? Otherwise, they're going to think like, oh, I got time, right? So yeah, because I've seen the case where like people come back and like, hey, that offer you gave me 2 months ago, like I want to redeem it. What? No, I don't charge those prices anymore, right? So yeah. But again, your overview right here, this is what you should understand in all your steps, and that is what you're providing, the scope, the deliverables, process, the timeline, the investment, pricing, terms, and your next steps. Again, it goes back to call to action. Here's how we work together. We can start this. This is what you're gonna get. Once you sign up, you're gonna receive an email. This is everything you need to fill out. Once everything's signed and dotted, now the next step goes through, right? Done. Example is, who's it for, what success looks like. That's what you wanna highlight, is what the success in the end is gonna look like right away. So they understand why they need to move quickly. Otherwise, if you let it stall, it's just gonna stall out, right? Nothing's gonna happen. And create a timeline that works within a 3-week process, right? Keep everything to a 3-week timeline, so everything is very much a, hey, let's check in, right? Let's make sure there's always a check-in process. If you don't have a check-in process, they're gonna feel like, what's going on? Why is nothing happening? I haven't heard anything, right? And then investment is clear price, what's included, payment terms, and what does your cancellation clause look like? Can people easily walk away? What is involved, right? Again, if it's a physical product, they return it, they get their money back, done, right? So, for this right here in your toolkit, you have your title, your overview, your scope and deliverables, and everyone should see that inside your document, right? And that's the part right here where you can probably go home and start working on that and really build it out, right? So once we get to automation stuff, this is the part where everything here, you're learning how to ride your bike. Now I'm gonna take you to automation stuff, right? So that way you can start realizing, hey, this is what people are doing already. I need to get on board with this. All right, so AI is gonna draft your first proposal. That's what you want. You're gonna go in, you're gonna edit everything, make sure it looks nice, make sure it matches your tone. And if you want, provide some context as to how you normally would write your proposal, have it train on your writing. Yes?
Which AI, which LLM?
I mean, if you want to start with like Jasper, right? Jasper is a really good one for writing, right?
Okay.
It's very good at copy. Again, if you're technical, if you're a SaaS, product, maybe go with Claude, right? It has a very technical approach, but Jasper is really good for copy overall, right?
Okay.
And then make sure to check for tone, make sure everything is clear, right? You don't want any mistakes in that proposal that they can come back to you at it and be like, hey, this is what you said, I want to redeem it, right? So, all right, from one proposal to a repeatable system. This is the part where now you make more money, right? You want to send out proposals like it's TikToks, right?
Are you doing these cold?
No, you're doing research. Like your AI is doing the research, it's going through all that stuff, right? One of the simple things that I always tell people is, how much does it cost to run a Google ad? What's the minimum?
Like $1, right?
$5, right? $5, right? So you run $5 Google ads and just send something like a landing page or whatever, right? See what the results are. Why do you want to do that?
So AI can analyze it?
Yes, but what else? What does it tell you?
Follow up with a lead out, if people are interested?
Yes, but what else does it tell you? This is the part that you need to find out. They may not be looking for you in Austin. Your audience might be in Pennsylvania. And you might be finding out, like, why is it coming from there? Right? And all of a sudden you're like, I need to go run more ads there and see what's going on. Right? And all of a sudden you find out that's my market. That's what you're looking for, is geography first. Right? That $5 is going to get you some geography. Once you get past geography, now you analyze who is my actual market that's looking for this. Now you're going to hone in what is going on there.
So you're not actually trying to get, I mean, if you get a lead, that's great, but like, you shouldn't care about the.
You don't need to worry about that right now. You're just trying to find where the people are.
Okay. It's like collecting data.
Yeah, you're collecting data, right? Because at that point, you're going back and you're like, hey, 4 locations popped up on a $5 hit, right? Yeah. And all of a sudden you're just like, I need to go do more research. I'm going to put it up to 10, and I'm going to hone in on those areas.
Yeah.
I need to find out why is it happening. And then all of a sudden you find out, hey, every afternoon at 2 p.m. it spikes. What is going on? Right? And now you start to realize, oh, there's something here. Right?
Does that work for for SaaS products as well?
Yes, absolutely. Right? Because you can go in and run a very good campaign. AI can assist you in setting all that up. And all of a sudden you find out, like, hey, there is a market here that I had no idea existed, and they're all 35-year-olds. Right? And that $5 got you to your first 6-figure client.
Sure.
You know? So that's what you're trying to do, is you need to play with the market, right? and see what it's gonna come back with. And now guess what you can do? Build a system that does that every day. Right?
So you've done this?
Yeah, so that's why after we get to the part, I'm gonna take y'all into Make, and then I'm gonna show y'all some Amplify stuff, right? But yes, for this right here is the AI assisted follow-ups. You may find out that that person that's been pinging you has a whole social media presence, right? And now you're gonna unleash AI, go, hey, go talk to that person, go find out what's going on, right? And your prompt might be, I sent this proposal, write a short friendly follow-up email that I can send in 3 days, check-ins, invite questions, and reminders, right? And you wanna keep trying this, test it out, right? So I have this right now in case you do want to sign up for Make. For those who don't know Make, you get 10,000 operations off of this, but we're about to go into Make so I can show you what some of these look like. And if you don't, it's fine, you don't have to sign up, but this will just sort of get you started. I'm gonna switch over to my Make environment, so that way I can start showing you what this looks like. For those who've already taken some of my programs, Make is gonna be kind of boring to you, but hopefully not.
You feel like Make is, I get the question sometimes, what's the point of Make when you have like Claude and all these tools coming out?
So the reason why I like Make is because I have an academy that trains you in all the automation stuff. So you can take the training and go back to Claude and OpenClaw and use those same principles, right? Because that's what you're doing. It's like
it's more so principles than like telling people to just use Make.
Right. Yeah. Because like again, if I go through the Make Academy, right? Now all of a sudden I have a very streamlined system of what automation principles exist. Right.
It's just like exposing you to things you didn't even necessarily think of.
Right. Because if you go back to your OpenClaw, you're like, oh, I know this, I know this, I know this now. I'm gonna make him do this. I'm gonna make him start doing this because I didn't know it was there to begin with, right? So if I look at the first one right here, right? If I look at sync Facebook lead ads to a Google Sheet, right? Now I know that that's a process. Guess what? I can go do OpenClaw with that, right? And now I know how to set it up. I know how to run it. I know what it's doing, right? So if it's gonna run, if you run Facebook ads, for every lead that hits, guess what's gonna happen? It's gonna go in, grab that sheet. What are you gonna do with that list? What?
Send a proposal?
How?
With an agent?
Yes. Right? Your agent's gonna go in there, review the lead, create everything, put everything together. It's gonna go to their website, it's gonna go look up their LinkedIn profile, it's gonna do the homework, all that stuff, and it's gonna send the proposal, right? Meanwhile, you're finishing Love Island, and you have no idea what's going on, right? But your inbox is filling up with all these leads, right? Yes. It's Love Island's a show.
At what point?
Yes, it's okay.
At what point do you want to have a human in the loop and review that it's not going crazy and off the rails?
So what it's doing is it's doing the research for you, right? Like it's going out there, it's finding stuff, but it's still coming back to you and saying, do you still want to send this, right? It's still keeping you in the loop, right? Because again, you still need to check to make sure everything looks correct. It will make mistakes, remember, right? And that's where having, so if you want to go further, that's where the people now have agents managing agents, right? So they go in and you have agents that are editors, you have agents that are checking things, right? And they're going through to make sure before you send this out, it has to go through this agent first, right? That's where now you're doing advanced stuff, right? But for most people here, you just want to start with something simple, get used to it before you go to the next layer. Right?
So one more question real quick. I missed what you mentioned here on the site. Are these already GPTs or
this
you're using? Yeah.
So what this is this is just a workflow, right? So if I click on this one right here, right, it says scrape LinkedIn profiles and store it in company in Google Sheets, right? All it's gonna do is go to all these LinkedIn profiles, it's gonna grab their information, organize it, put it into a Google Sheet, and then that's it, right? Now you're gonna have an AI agent go in there and review the Google Sheet and find out are any of these people worth people that might wanna talk to me and do business with me, right? It's gonna go do the homework. And then it may come back to you and create another sheet that says, hey, here's everything you think you need to follow up with, right? And it's gonna do the homework. So again, that's what the operation looks like on the side right here, right? Like it's more elaborate, but yes, yes.
So for example, like let's say one of my clients is an executive at HEB, right? I can have this tool go and scan LinkedIn for other executives that work for HEB and they give me their LinkedIn. Okay.
Yeah, but there's a lot of tools that do that already, right? Like this is just one of many examples, right? Yes.
Why do you want to like scrape LinkedIn and put it into a Google Sheet if you could use a different software to just scrape LinkedIn and find you?
Are you talking about LinkedIn
Navigator?
Navigator, talking about that one?
I don't know, I thought Twin.so did that, I thought there were other tools, it's like, why, I don't understand the Google Sheet.
It just structures it so you can see it clearly.
Got it.
It doesn't,
Okay.
it asks you if you want it to send it to a Google Sheet, or if they just want it to send it to your email to read.
Got it, okay.
Right.
So if you do it in a Google Sheet, then you can just copy and paste it into an Excel
Got
or
it.
whatever.
Got it.
So again, the benefit also is, in case you have an actual in-person assistant, they can also go through and do that kind of stuff, right? So let's say you have somebody that works for you, maybe all their job is to do is build agents for you, right? So they're gonna take all this data, and then they're gonna build an agent around all that information, and then they're gonna go run it, right?
Got it.
So going back to what she said, you're gonna have a human in the loop, right?
Sure.
And again, you can do this 24/7 all day long, right? And you may find people around the world that you had no idea existed, that you're like, man, I need to be sending proposals, right?
Yeah.
And it does it for you, right? So if I go back further, right, there's one right here that says, send a Telegram bot message from a Facebook lead ad for submission, right? So if I run Telegram groups, I can go in there into a group and say, hey, all these Facebook ads that are going on, there's all these leads happening, you're gonna go into your group, and this is the part that gets interesting now. You may have a group that's looking for certain leads. You have a private Telegram group that you sell, right? Hey, you wanna be in this Telegram group? It's $5 a month. I sell leads, right? That's a thing. People make money doing that.
Yeah.
Right? So, and it's all automated.
How much does it cost to run agents 24/7? Like, do you run into, you can do that with your typical subscription, or you need to be paying?
I mean, like, if you have OpenAI, then you can probably just work off of like a $20 thing, right?
Okay.
But like, if you wanna go pro model and you're making serious money, I would say stick with the pro model,
Okay.
and you can get more bang for your buck. But again, you have to make sure you really are getting a lot of leads coming in.
Yeah.
Otherwise, just stick with $20 and just run an agent.
Okay.
Just like she didn't know the OpenAI store had thousands of agents. If you have a paid account for OpenAI, please go use the store. Like, there's just pre-built agents already. Like, don't go build an agent. You can go take one agent, take another agent, put them together, and they can work. The power is not just agents alone, it's making a team with them.
Yeah.
Right? And have them go do stuff, because guess what, you're paying for it.
Yeah.
Right? And if you're not using it, you're leaving bread on the table.
Sure.
Right? So again, right here, send WhatsApp messages from new leads from Facebook ads, and then log them into Google Sheets.
May I ask something about WhatsApp?
Yeah.
For example, in Uruguay, I run a business that anytime we make promotion, we have a lot of message with in a very high percentage are not, right? So it would be great that let them chat with an agent.
Sure.
And the agent filter the
conversation.
One, yes.
Yeah.
Direct. Could that happen?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you can go in there. Like, I'm showing you another option right here. So in Applify, you can do something like that as well, right? So right here, you have Google Maps Scraper, you have TikTok Scraper, you have website content scrapers, right? But you can go in and call all kinds of stuff, right? Hey, I want you to find every website that covers this and put that into a Google spreadsheet, right? And then have it follow up with that. Instagram Scraper, Facebook Post Scraper, YouTube Scraper, whatever, right? And you can make money just doing this, right? Like, I could be like, hey, every morning at 9 a.m., I will send you a list of all these things. It's $100 a week, right? And people will pay for that, right? Why? Because it's data, and data is gold, right? Any questions so far? Like $1 million challenge picks, right? TripAdvisor, Review Scrapers, Uber Eats Scraper, Smart Ideal Scraper, Lemon Scraper. Like, it's crazy what they scrape, right?
Wow.
And you can go in there and do what with it? Make a lot of money with data, right? And yet people who are doing this, they're cashing out right now, right? I could run agents that use this and put it where? Man, everybody got so quiet.
the App Store?
No.
Online.
No.
In your heart.
You put it into a paid newsletter.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because they're gonna pay to access that data. Because before this, you didn't know this existed. Right?
So, wait, sorry, can you back up?
Sure.
I didn't catch what you said.
So you may find a scraper here that has a very specific audience, right? And you're gonna go grab all kinds of data, and you're gonna say, if you want this every morning at 9 a.m., I will send you a newsletter that has all this data compiled for you. Now you're gonna take raw data and you're gonna turn it into something that they can use, right? And they're gonna pay for access to that data. Now many times people think, well, can't they do that themselves? And you know what? Google has all the answers. Why is nobody knowing that?
Yeah.
Right? It's how you organize and give the data to somebody that now the value is perceived, right? This site right here can make you a ton of money all just because it just scrapes data. That's all it does, right?
Is that Make or is that?
This is Applify. Applify is another version, but Applify is a scraper, right? Like it's not you know, it just scrapes data. That's all it does, right? So I can go in here and scrape comment bots. I can go and do Reddit post scrapers, LinkedIn profile data, lawyer email scrapers, right? Like people who are looking for lawyers. I can just have this lawyer scraper thing track analytics for people looking for lawyers, and as soon as it happens, send them an email, right?
So is it scraping data for anything that's not behind our paywall?
It can go behind paywalls for certain things, right? Because that's what they're built for.
Should not be doing anything online.
Right, that's what it's built for. But again, if you have an account, you can go make an account yourself, connect it to the Applify thing, and then just connect it so you can access paywall stuff, right?
Well, it's all.
Again, it does different things, right?
But how are we getting the LinkedIn chat time?
I don't know, but I mean, like Twin scrapes LinkedIn for me every
Yeah, like how does it?
It's just connected.
That's an API.
Probably.
This is wild.
Okay, alright, so what's wild? That I just blew your mind?
Applify.
I'm not spending
Wow.
time on
Wait,
Applify.
you Michael Bickler?
I think that's working for him.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Google has my data.
Yeah.
They mentioned that.
Oh, yeah.
Heard that.
Yes, exactly. So again, the point of the why I put on this program is to show you tools like this so you can go home and start utilizing them for your business, right? Again, running an Applify thing, running your Make account, go do your stuff, right? Gets you ready to start using OpenClaw better. So you understand OpenClaw can do this, connect it to an Applify thing, have it run with an actor. Man, you are making some serious cash, right? And that's the point. So again, you should notice your progress from when we started to now, and you should be able to know like, hey, how much has your pitch changed, right? So we're gonna go, yeah. So what we've built tonight is we've gone from fuzzy idea to clear offer structure, and we've gone from random pricing to intentional, confident pricing, right? And that article that I've given you, that document, you should be able to go home and really refine, answer a lot of those questions, start using it. And now you have a very focused proposal outline, right? So where you might still need help is building a support team that offers all this stuff, right? Organizing your operations, delivery systems, and setting up your key processes. That's why a lot of people, they work with me on operation systems, right? They understand like, hey, I have offers, but I need to send it out to this many people. Client growth. Again, what did I say in the beginning most entrepreneurs struggle with? Execution, right? Just because you feel motivated tonight doesn't mean tomorrow morning that coffee's gonna hit you like, oh, yeah. Where did the steam leave, right? So your next steps after this is taking that and doing your market research, building out those systems, right? That way you have a smoother delivery process. If you can get to delivering 7 proposals a week automated, you're doing better than most people, right? And after that, you know, if you want to book time with me, I can show you all this thing. So the next part right here is the new way to build is sell first, build later. The problem that I see everybody do is they want to build, and then they have nothing to sell to you. Don't do that, right? Sell first, get the clients, show that there is actual market value, and then build to them, right? So selling first gives you the cash flow, it gives you the validity to know that, hey, people want this. Otherwise, you're wasting 6 months of your time, you know? Those cold outreaches give you that feedback loop that you need to know, like, hey, does anybody want this? Right? Like, if you haven't sat down on your own and just called people out of the blue and be like, hey, I do this, even if you have nothing, guess what? That person's like, yes, I want to have a meeting. When can we meet? And you're like, oh man, I gotta build something. That's good, right? That's a good thing. But don't build an offer, sell the offer first, right? And let the market tell you what to build.
How do you realize this?
How do I realize this? Because I have AI do a lot of my work. Because again, you can have AI go in there and be like, hey, find all kinds of things and build around that offer, right? And build around that need. And it can come back and do that for you. I know 15-year-olds who have OpenClaw go in and build overnight for them, and then in the morning they have an app. Right?
Have you been saying OpenClaw?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, here's my challenge to you. For 1 week, I want you to do this. Identify pain points. It can be in a niche community, it can be in a Facebook group, it can be whatever, right? Scan for repeated frustrations. Have AI go do that, right? Group those into smaller problems and turn them into potential offers. This is going to test whether or not this role is for you, okay? Create 5 to 10 strong offers using the SOLVE framework, okay? Spot a pain, outline the outcome, limit the risks, what is the value you provide, execute with a clear call to action. And then test each offer with a cold email. Do it yourself first. Don't have AI, do it yourself first, send it out. If you get 10 responses back, you have something. If nobody responds back, move on, right? And measure real market behavior. Track your reply rates. Do they open it, right? I just gave you the clue. How do you test market to find out where you are?
Google Ads.
Google Ads, right? $5 will get you a lot farther than you think, right? And double down on those people, right? And build only after you know there are people that want what you have. Otherwise, do not build. Don't waste your time. That's my challenge to you for 1 week. Go do that. Right? So I have book recommendations. This is where everything started from. And it is real. And this is the $1 Million One Person book. Right? This is the book that I built off of. It's over 8 years old. It does not have AI. But everyone here has made $1 million, right? You can take pictures, don't worry, alright? The other one here that I have is, don't get a job, make a job, right? Every person here went out and said, no, I'm gonna make my own job, and I'm gonna make it work, right? The other one is, scaling smart. Everything I showed you tonight, you have AI to help you scale it, right? That's what the point is. And how do you do that? Automation mindset. That's how you build these systems. Make sure they work, right? And then the other one that I have for you is selling online. You'd be surprised how many people just don't know how to sell online, right? And again, you can come take the pictures. They'll be up here, so don't worry. After this, I have an AI mastermind group that I run. So if you're interested, this is a sign-up form. You can scan this. You'll be using your phone for the next few slides. You can scan this, fill it out, and I will get back to you. The whole point of this is to build, right? That's the point of the mastermind group. And we do have time in this room until 8:30 if you want to network with those.
Can you go back to the event?
Oh yeah, sure. Sorry.
It was awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I have a few more over here, but there are some more slides. So the other one is the LinkedIn group. So I run this. I run stories on here.
When's your book coming out? Oh, actually?
So this is the LinkedIn page. If you didn't get it earlier, you can scan it, follow it. I have a Discord server.
You go back?
Yeah, go back to it.
Yeah, because I don't want to do it. Oh, people actually use your
So I'm still building that, right? So I'm
Yeah, so a lot more confidence so that I can.
I mean, like for me, like Discord is like an amazing community builder. So like, I'm gonna pair that up eventually with
diversify portfolio, so a lot of it is using.
And if you want to book time with me, this is what a
what part of it? We don't sell. Yeah, we don't sell partners.
And if you need market validation, it's right here. If you want to,
so you have, think of it, it's a similar to a mutual fund, but actually it's about so it's a tactic.
that you can work with that basically acts like a personal assistant, right? And it runs on your and if you want to do like research, if you want to build apps for your website, you can do that all.
Good, but also part of it is, we're not just investment managers, we're financial. So we're doing tax planning, everything's all
So, yeah, I would definitely say.
You're doing the turn renters into homeowners?
It's
awesome.
Check out my website.
Yeah, 100%.
Excuse me.
Sure, yeah. But open deposit is different.
I am in marketing, I have
My
a
biggest
messaging
is convince
company.
people.
So I help businesses more clarify their messaging. What do you do? Oh, okay. So you're starting your own company or?
So I'm actually just wondering now, but I'm trying to grow that umbrella. Really, my whole goal is to, develop
But it's based on but then I have a person $35, I get $12 a share.
So what you do is you get the red line.
So I'm gonna.
I'm getting yeah, sure, but like, you're not But that's spread over however many people you invest. Not enough to donate. But I only put in $260 a year.
Right.
So I'm putting in $260, I get $300 a month. For just the insurance policy, not including the equity gain?
No, right, exactly. Just on insurance, but it makes you $40 a month.
Okay.
Oh,
like in like 4 years.
Right
Wait, so help me understand, so let's say, what's the $300,000 house, how much is the rent? Sure, keeping that easy, let's call it $2,000, right? So out of, let's say, what's that, after paying expenses, what's the profit that you're investing in the car? So that's paid for a 1-year premium. $600 a month goes to the insurance policy. That today, so the car might be okay, so you're getting $300 a month, you owe yourself insurance. Okay, so how do you start making the difference back? Okay. So I don't share with everyone else. Okay.
Okay, it's 2 pieces, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right? That's what it's done. Okay, right?
Why wouldn't I just go and invest that myself? In the insurance policy. No, I'm also partnering with the house.
The way that I'm positioning myself.
You're
No, in this case. I don't want any. Not really, just goes to insurance policy, because that's already being bought. So I only get the $300. But that sounds like a lot of infrastructure. Why wouldn't I just go and take a credit card?
So you get so you're getting some policy.
So what I'm gonna do is
you can roll right over to a high house and do
like I'm saying, as like you as an
I think based on Spain.
So the company has to the appreciation and any equity and any information increases.
Forever? Forever. You run field change, but
then you have 10 spillover, so then you increase No. Someone moves out, someone else comes in.
Right.
So the rent goes up. Okay, so you're getting a percentage off of like your property management fee, right? Of the rent.
Right,
and the company keeps any equity. Yeah, growth.
And then I
You bought the house for $300,000, now we're $400,000. Sure, but eventually, that's your equity.
So like, if
That's
I
the
was to
company's
say,
Good, how's it going? What's going on?
I'm trying to build 3 companies. Is
that right?
I'm in the race for building.
Oh, okay. Well, sounds like trouble.
No, it's like, I'm doing payments, like a cash out
Yeah.
for AI agents.
Yeah.
I'm competing with Spotify, I want to replace Spotify.
Yeah.
When I put this phone. And, I'm building a, so they're all kind of related a little bit, but they're not. I mean, it's all software, so it's related.
What's going on? How you doing? Good.
And the last thing is a software for non-profits to not pay taxes. Weirdly, non-profits pay a lot of taxes.
Yeah, is that right? I was not.
On receipts, like let's say you travel, you work for a non-profit and you go to New York for the company.
Yeah.
And you buy a hotel.
Yeah.
The hotel in New York is going to charge you taxes.
Right.
How do you avoid paying that tax?
So you're part of a system.
You submit it, no?
No, you've got to carry all these certificates. I guess you could claim it at the end of the year.
Yeah. But you mean do it immediately?
But if you want your credit card not to have $40 in taxes, I'm eliminating all that.
Oh, nice.
In real time, instead of like.
So one is tax, one is music.
One is music.
What's the other?
And the other is cash out for online AI agents.
Okay. So they can start spending money.
They can spend money without calling anybody.
That's interesting.
It's scoped keys.
Yeah. Do you carry a business card?
No, I mean, I'll give you my email.
Sure.
Yeah, what are you,
right now, I just got like a little documentary thing I'm working on.
That's cool.
Yeah. I'll just download this. What's the
Anything that you spend on it, it's almost like cash back.
Yeah.
And we share it as a group.
Cool.
You know, so.
I'll check out your website.
Yep, check it out.
Have a great one. Yeah, 702-880-5304.
And did you say your iPhone? Keith.
Pleasure.
Oops. I don't know if that went
You
through.
calling, yeah, I think
Okay.
you got it.
Yeah, I got a 702.
Yeah.
Okay, do you, IVAN?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you send me whatever it is that you're working on, I'll take a look and I'll, tell you how, about to leave the voicemail.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I'll take a look.
All right.
Yeah, and then, I'm at the point right now where I'm close to sending things out, so I'll send it your way too.
Okay.
All right.
That's cool, man.
All right.
Thank you.
Nice to meet
Appreciate
you.
it.
Yeah.
So like they're gonna teach you all about local, all about all of these different things. That's like kind of where I first started.
So,
yeah.
I know content creation, right? You
Yeah,
do all this
but just
cool
also
stuff.
keep in mind
Yeah, I
that
know. I don't know, I
everyone
just
is
feel like
now creating
going up to the office
their
with a
own
camera.
AI things. So like, they're
Yeah,
not all
I
gonna
think that's
be
true, but at the same
great.
time, I feel like
Because now everyone's just like, go, like, and I think it's gonna peak and then it's gonna drop. You know?
like
anything.
Right. It's like the tech.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, what's your or your whatever? Is that LinkedIn?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true. Well, I mean, social media is
what
like
are
a
you
whole
doing
game
now?
in itself, you know.
So I'm a wealth
Really
advisor.
gotta-
Oh, wealth
Yeah.
advisor.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I don't got enough money for you.
No, that's
Not yet.
okay.
Building
That's why I'm here, man. I'm trying to expand my network and it's things like this.
I got like
that relate to my business as well as I'm trying to scale it.
Okay, I also follow my
Look at
business
his
account.
YouTube, right? Like, if he didn't do what he did.
But yeah, no, I said you trying to take down Spotify, huh?
You
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, man. It's hard.
Hi, I'm McKenna.
McKenna?
Yeah.
And what are you building?
I have a marketing company, and I help small businesses with their messaging and
Thank you so
positioning.
much, Kevin.
No, thank you.
Okay.
My friends are trying to
Yeah.
do like a pretty much a
I'm a
one-stop
builder.
shop real estate app. You guys gotta sign up for
So-
something.
Okay, what's your, let's connect on LinkedIn.
I'm not
Well,
doing
more than
that.
what I
Not on LinkedIn? Okay, what's your email?
So, don't let anybody tell you like, no, you can't make that much money.
Yeah, for sure, and that's, the more, the industry that I am, I'm just realizing like the handcuffs I have on me, and I just don't wanna break it off, you know, just to be I feel like AI makes anything possible.
Is that your email?
Just-
Yeah, you can write down what you're doing.
So
So I can remember and where we connect.
doing like market research, like finding
random things, you know?
How,
And that
where do
way
I start
you
to try to like?
Scraping the internet.
Yes.
Straight
Yeah,
okay.
scrape the internet and have AI going and just refine.
And that's like the Amplify or?
Yeah, Amplify, I did twin.so, I
wouldn't
found
really
it
like
easy,
consider
and I
like
just typed into ChatGPT, create a prompt for twin.so to scrape LinkedIn for this, for like my business niche, whatever. And then have it email me weekly, every Monday
Yeah, but that was
at
for
8
trading, he was,
and
he
it
lied
will
about
scrape,
like the whole
you know,
trading thing.
it'll,
He was
yeah,
scamming
give you
people out
like
of money.
15 to
Okay.
scrape from or whatever.
Right now, if he's really good on
Cool.
social media,
Thank you
so
so
far,
much.
well, Chris,
Oh, yeah,
appreciate
Matt.
it.
Absolutely, man.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
thank
much.
you. Yeah.
I'll see you next month.
Okay,
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah,
hi,
likewise,
I'm
likewise.
McKenna.
Alright.
I, would love to take a picture of these.
Sure, please, yeah, go ahead.
And I, quit my job last month, thank you, and I, have done like a 360 of like where I started. I was like, okay, I'm gonna like do this for work, and then like as I've learned more about AI, I've like gone really deep into AI these last 5 weeks. I'm like, everything has totally shifted, and I think like where I'm at right now is just, I have like a marketing company,
Okay.
and I think I can work it in a way where I can automate a lot of things and get on like monthly retainers for the clients, but I think what my plan is just to like keep learning AI and keep seeing how I can make money from it, and then just keep making my time valuable. That's kind of what I'm doing right now. So I just kind of finalized my offer and my website, and then I did do a LinkedIn scrape starting last week.
Okay.
But I've been doing like cold emails. However, I'm gonna set up the Google ad and run that tonight, because I think that having clarity on that will be way more impactful than just scanning
That's a really good
Austin.
idea, actually.
Yeah, I didn't consider
Find
that.
your location, find your.
Yeah, find your audience.
Cause I was just doing Austin, cause I was like, it's close to home, like it makes sense, but our marketing can do literally anywhere in the world, yeah. So I think that that's the best, or that's what I was gonna start with.
Then no, that's a great start.
Yeah.
The other thing I'm gonna tell you is do social media. Alright, do
Okay.
social media, post on there. It doesn't have to be your face unless you want to, but post on social media. But don't post in the sense of like, I do marketing, I do this, right?
Okay, this is what I can transform your business into.
But not necessarily that. Like,
Okay.
just talk from it from a branding perspective of just like, I saw this one girl, here's what she does. She walks around downtown and she looks at every business. And
yeah.
she records a video that says, let me show you how to do your branding. And then she breaks down the whole process for them, right? And then what does she do with the video? She tags
Post
it.
it. Oh, and then, yeah,
Right?
okay.
And all of a sudden they watch the video, they're like, oh damn, that's a good idea. And what do you think happens? She gets clients.
Right.
Right?
So I should do that on my business account, not my
Yeah,
personal
on
account.
your business account,
Okay.
do that, right? On your personal account, when you talk about like what you're doing, like, hey, by the way, I just talked about this, I went to this cool building, and then I went to have lunch here, blah, 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 right? You're creating a double effect for that algorithm, right?
Whew, that's the part that I need to like work on next, is just like getting over showing up on social media, because I don't want to like show my face on there. That's like honestly, that has
It's
been
the
the
money
hardest
maker.
thing.
It's the money maker.
I know, I'm like, I just don't want like
Also like trading
to talk
AI
about
knowledge with
it.
people.
Yeah.
That's another like.
Yeah.
Risk a little bit, but.
Yeah, but remember, Meta glasses watches everybody, so you don't have a choice.
Right, you're already,
You're already out there.
question, sorry, where is that AI thing that's happening tomorrow night?
So if you open your phone, I'll give you the address.
Okay.
It's lu.ma.
Wait, online?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's not online, it's in
Oh,
person.
Luma?
But yeah, so no, but /, lu.ma. /AITX, enter. And then you'll see the event for that one.
Okay, perfect. So that's your thing?
No, that's their thing. But
I
I'm
see.
just talking about it right. And then
Okay.
Vanessa is downstairs tomorrow night as well.
Sweet.
Yes.
Thank you so much. This was great.
Yeah, nice meeting you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Good? Yes. Alrighty, I think,
LinkedIn,
yeah.
okay.
So now leave. Hold on, I gotta fix the room.
You gotta fix the room?
Yes, I need to push in all
Do
the
you need
chairs.
help?
Yes, I need to push in all the chairs and clean it up.
Do you work here?
No, I'm an independent consultant.
I see.
But I teach here.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I actually need to get an office here.
Okay.
Do you have, like,
A contact?
yeah.
Yes.
Thank
We can go outside and I can type.
Yeah, sweet.